micrófono.
Ok.
Porque si no lo prenden no se va a escuchar nada.
Ok.
Listo.
Sí. Entonces
Ya.
hago eso. Y la persona ya se queda en la sesión y es dueña de todo.
Sí.
No, sí.
Sí, si yo quiero hablar.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this opening session in which we are in the National ELT Medellin Conference 2025. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the session National ELT Medellin 2025. We are very glad to have you here to continue sharing ideas and experiences that enrich our teaching practice. Now is the turn to introduce our special presenter. She is Andrea Gomez. To mention about her, here we have that she is the coordinator of the South Branch of the Centro Cultural Colombo Americano in Cali, bringing over 25 years of teaching experience to the role, specializing in scientific environmental sciences. Andrea has dedicated her career to enhancing educational programs in bilingual institutions. As the leader of the science department at several top bilingual schools in Cali, she has developed innovative curricula that engage students and promote a deep understanding of scientific concepts. Currently, Andrea leads STEAM projects at the Centro Cultural Colombo Americano, where she coordinates educational initiatives and provides counsel to regional bilingual institutions. Her passion for teaching drives her to explore and experiment with new learning methods, inspiring students to connect to their surroundings and understand the specific scientific phenomena that we experience. Yeah? So here is a pleasure. Welcome, Andrea. And now everything is going to be on your hands. Let's enjoy the session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much for this lovely and warm welcoming.
Okay, thank you. So now, welcome.
Okay, so hello everyone and welcome to this session about unity in diversity, creating cultural mosaics together. And well, the idea today is that we explore a little bit about how to foster this diversity in the classroom and how to make it happen. We know that we live in a very diverse world, and interculturality demands, a huge relevance, especially in communication, since it enriches the learning experience by making it more relevant to students' lives. So in this case, we are going to explore some little strategies. And what's next is that our aim with this session is to help you recognize and appreciate the diverse cultural backgrounds of the students and fostering an inclusive classroom environment, which is essential in globalization. Of course, we can suggest some collaborative projects that allowed, students to share their cultural narratives, promoting teamwork and respect for diverse perspectives. We're gonna have some steps in this session. First, we're gonna go into a reflection. I want to know a little about your cultural background and your teaching background. So we will go to a survey, and then we'll discuss some do's and don'ts of what to do to foster a diversity in the classroom. I'll provide some examples and tools that most of you already use, so we can optimize them to allow the diversity that we are aiming. So we're gonna, here we have James Albert Banks, an American educator and founding director of the University of Washington Center of Multicultural Education. In his book, Cultural Diversity and Education, Mr. Banks claimed that education must be multicultural in nature to ensure that all students can learn and achieve. Understanding and appreciating cultural diversity is essential for creating an equitable education system. And with our English classes, the effective intercultural communication enhances language proficiency. Students learn not only the language, but also the nuances of how it is used in different cultural contexts, improving their overall communication. So let's know a little about you guys. I'm inviting you to join this Mentimeter. Yes, please scan the code. I'm gonna go to the Mentimeter right now. I'll give you 1 minute to scan the code, otherwise I have the access code in another tab. Just going to change tab to allow you to enter the Mentimeter. Okay, so this is the code for you to join. We are going to use the code 72931652. Please start joining. We have now 2 people, 2 participants. Let's see, we have more. Okay, and we are going to start answering these questions. So what's your primary teaching subject? Is it English as a second language, science, social studies, English as a foreign language, math, arts, or other subjects? Okay, so let's see if we have more people. So far we have just 2. Okay, thank you. And let's see if there are more in the audience for us to continue. Okay, so far we have 1 attendee. We're gonna continue with the next question. And in the meantime, the rest of the people who's joining the Mentimeter, you will have the code there for you to access. So the second question is, what age group do you primarily teach? So are you teaching kids in elementary school, students in middle school, students in high school, or adults? And let's see. Okay, so far we have middle school, and well, let's wait for others to join and share the answers with us. So far we only have 2. Okay, what's your country of origin? So could you tell me where you're from? Your country of origin? Anyone? Okay, are you from Colombia? Are you from other countries? Okay, so we are talking to audience in Colombia. Okay, now let's go to, what languages do you speak? What languages do you speak? Do you speak English only, Spanish? Some people speak French, Italian, Portuguese, German. What other languages? Okay, I see. Okay, so what about this question? So we're gonna move to the next question. How diverse is your classroom in terms of cultural backgrounds? And remember, when we talk about culture, is not only the differences are not only related to the country where people are born, but also the conditions, the socioeconomic conditions, and educational conditions of students. So is it very diverse, somewhat diverse, not diverse, or you're not sure? And adding this, because sometimes we're not aware of how diverse our classes are. And this is important for us to design and to move our keys on the board properly when talking to students and when addressing cultural aspects with them. If we know their context, we can cause more effect, and we can bring a more practical and reliable context. Okay, so in the meantime we have, okay, somewhat diverse. So yes, there is diversity in the classroom, not that extent, but there is diversity. So what cultural aspects do you find most interesting to teach? Some of us usually choose some specific aspects, especially when we like them. Yeah, so what type of aspects do you teach in your lessons? Do you talk about food, holidays, traditions and customs, language, values and benefits, beliefs, sorry. Music, do you talk about arts, literature, travel and tourism, or other? What do you What do you say here? Let's see if there are some answers. Remember that you can uh, choose some different answers. So okay, so traditions, values, and beliefs. In my hometown, Cali, we talk about music. Yeah, and it's very common to see teachers sharing their preferences in music in class before the class starts. So it's really interesting um, that you shows traditions, customs, values, and beliefs, which is tricky for us to discuss sometimes, especially if there are gaps in cultural aspects and educational aspects. Okay, so let's see the next question. What challenges do you face when teaching students from diverse cultural backgrounds? In my case, not knowing, all of the cultural backgrounds of my students is a challenge because that is like um, is walking blind while we teach. And it is important that we understand that this diversity will enrich our classes if we are conscious and aware of it. Other cultural background challenge is, of course, resources. Sometimes we don't have enough resources for us to inquire about the cultural backgrounds of our students, and this doesn't help you to be more accurate when presenting information about cultural issues. Okay, so far we don't have any replies here, so let's continue with um, our next part. So we the idea of this was to understand a little when we have asked this survey in other contexts with more participants. We always see diversity. And sometimes, as teachers, when we have the opportunity to talk, to discuss things with our colleagues, our peers, we can notice that among us, there are many differences and points of view and perspectives that we don't share. And sometimes it can be challenging. Uh, Sometimes it's easy to respect and understand and even to integrate, but it's like if we were not used to accept the difference in our society. So how do we build these bridges? How do we create a more inclusive classroom? For this, guys, I have some tips. I'm gonna bring 7 tips for you to offer opportunities for diversity in your classes. In the first tip, we talk about embracing cultural awareness. Um, it's important that we educate ourselves about the diverse cultures represented in our classrooms. Attend workshops, read literature, engage with your students' background. When you do this knowledge allows you to create more inclusive environments that respect and value cultural perspectives. Now we continue with implementing culturally responsive teaching. And for that, we need to integrate the students' cultural references into our curriculum, use materials that reflect diverse culture and perspectives. Sometimes we count with materials that don't offer a variety of culture perspectives. So we could include our students' context to our teaching lessons so we can embrace them. And this, of course, makes learning more relevant and engaging for students, fostering a sense of belonging. Now, for the third tip, we have encouraging open dialogue. Sometimes it's difficult, especially when people are not trained to speak with others and listen to them and respect their points of view. But if you little by little start creating a safe space for students to express their cultural identities, of course, um, you encourage discussions about cultural differences and similarities, you might get some open dialogue that promotes understanding and respect among students. Um, of course, this helps to break down stereotypes, which are very common sometimes. The fourth tip that we have is using collaborative learning strategies. No, in traditional teaching, students are used to work on their own, and promoting collaborative work is important. Remember that humans are one of the few organisms in the planet that can work with others, with millions of people around the world, without knowing each other. And we are able to cooperate, collaborate, and construct projects together. And so it's important that you foster this in the classroom. Of course, incorporating group projects that require students to work together and share their cultural insights is important. And use diverse teams to promote intercultural collaboration. When this happens, you foster teamwork, which is essential in the work when our students go to work. And of course, you allow students to learn from each other's experiences. Our next step is to celebrate cultural diversity. So organize events or activities that celebrate different cultures, such as cultural fairs, potlucks, or theme days. Yes, this helps the students appreciate different cultures and builds community within the classroom. Our sixth step is adapt teaching methods. So if we want to include diversity in our classroom, it's important to diversify our teaching methods to accommodate different learning styles and cultural backgrounds, incorporate visuals, auditory, and kinesthetic activities for students. This ensures that all students have the opportunity to engage with the material effectively. Finally, in this step, my bad, of course, the last step is providing resources and support. So inclusion is not possible if you don't provide support. And offering resources such as books, videos, and online materials that reflect diverse cultures, of course, providing support for students who may need extra help adapting to a multicultural environment, allows them to access diverse resources and enhance students' learning experiences. So that way you foster inclusion. Okay, so there are 7 tips for you to embrace the diversity in the classroom. Now, be careful with the things that you shouldn't do in your lessons, and please try to avoid this. When we stereotype or generalize, we are making assumptions about students based on their cultural ground. And don't use them in discuss materials, talking about people from certain region being all like in one way, or making assumptions of a person just for the place that the person was born is not effective for you to provide a good environment to your classes. Our second tip talk of things that you should avoid is ignoring cultural differences. Treating all the students as though they come from the same cultural background is not effective. Ignoring the differences can lead to a lack of engagement and understanding. And this, unfortunately, makes the students fail to acknowledge cultural differences and can even create disengaged classroom atmosphere. And sometimes it breaks the relationships among students. Our next step is using a one size fits all approach and relying solely on traditional teaching methods that may not resonate with all students makes the students, perhaps the feeling of being excluded and hinder their learning progress. Now, when we talk about discouraging cultural expression, try to avoid discouraging students from sharing their cultural experiences or perspectives in class and discussions. Sometimes, as teachers, we have a very strong point of view, and when one of our students share their different perspective, we sometimes can be very judgmental. And this leads to feelings of invisibility and diminishes students' confidence in their cultural identities. So, one other thing to avoid, assuming cultural competence. When you assume that all the students have the same level of cultural competence or understanding of intercultural communication, you can lead students to miscommunicate and misunderstand, different perspectives in the classroom. Despite being born in the same city, having the same age, students can have very important differences among them. So allowing them to express their cultural competence is important. So and you start reconning what's going on inside the classroom. Our sixth step to avoid is neglecting to address bias. Yeah, ignoring instances of bias, discrimination, and microaggressions that might occur among students. You know that with the social network, we have access to different types of information, and unfortunately, our society is getting used to criticize everything that is published, and we have already developed the right to say whatever we want. And when this happens, we don't address these issues in class, we can create a hostile environment and negatively impact in a student's well-being. And finally, one of the things that we need to avoid is overemphasizing differences. We need to embrace difference, but if we continue focus solely on cultural difference without highlighting the commonalities among students, we can create divisions rather than fostering unity and understanding. So these are 7 tips of what you should do and what you should avoid to foster um, diversity in your classroom. Now, I wanted to show you some examples of things that I have done in my lessons in science and English sometimes. I'm going to start with the our students were invited to select skills for expressing feelings. That was our first morning activity in the classroom. So every student had a day, and they were supposed to bring a skill of how are you feeling today. And it was a very interesting activity because the students were able to find very accurate, precise scales for the occasions. Depending on the topic, they brought some scales. For instance, this one, how are you feeling on a scale of nature? And if you allow yourself to do these things, so students can select numbers in a class, in a face-to-face class, students can use their fingers to express their feelings, or in an online class, they can have a poll, they can use a poll to do this. Well, of course, the students will be able to express themselves. And I try to do that by talking to them. How are you feeling today? But it was difficult for them to find the words to tell about that. And when we did this scale, say, okay, most of the classroom is happy about this. There is this thing. Okay, some students are a little tired, others are depressed. So it was important then to approach the students and talk to them about it. Okay, are you okay? Is there something you need help with? And that allowed me to know a little bit more about students. And one of the findings was that students have a special days to feel depressed. For instance, middle of the week was usually time for them to feel sad, lonely, sometimes even bored. So, but Friday they were more chilling. So it helped me understand what type of activities I could do in different days, and what strategies I could use to, cheer them up. Okay, another activity that I liked was when during the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, we are all when we virtual, students were invited to decorate their classroom. So group members divided in groups, and the virtual classroom, they decorated the way that they wanted. They were asked to list the tools, utensils, and devices they wanted to put in the classroom, and we use Google Slides for that. Another activity that we did was to have a playlist of songs. So I asked the students to write one song each, every day. So while we were doing collaborative work, students were able to listen to music. However, there was a trick here. I tried to look for the instrumental versions of the songs. So they were singing or they were mumbling, yeah, when they were listening to their music. And the fact that every single one of them had the opportunity to pick a song and we respect the order of the playlist make them more engaged in class. And many of them were got used to learn while listening to music and to work together. So slow, very low volume, instrumental music, or whatever they chose, is a very good practice. Now I wanted to show you other strategies that I was using with my students. These are fourth graders, and some students were we had this opportunity of showing their work apart from school. So we created an art gallery with their materials. This axe, for instance, was made of Play-Doh. These little dolls, and sometimes they created digital images, or they talk about things that they liked. So students were able to express their artistic perspectives, and this helped them to be more, proud of what they did. And the rest of the students started appreciating. Some of the drawings were not the best, but the fact that the one of their peers were brave enough to show their work, they were always congratulating and praising and admiring the talents that each of them had. Um, Another strategy was to use Google Slides to make them work collaboratively. I love Google Slides because they're very easy to load, so you don't require a lot of strong network, and you can work in groups simultaneously. So students were placing, in this example that I'm showing you there, they were categorizing these organisms in consumers, producers, and decomposers. And with this activity, these students were able to share, and they discuss, okay, I think that what is the decomposer? So especially the hardest part was to find the decomposer in most of the habitats. And we also had the opportunity to elaborate so food chains, so they could show how energy was transferred from organism to organism. So these were some of the examples of the activities that we did with the students. Now, here I have some suggestions. I know that most of you know Google Workspace for Education, especially if you have a corporative email with Google, you will find that there are many tools in Workspace for Education that allow students to work on collaboratively. Flipgrid is a very easy to work tool, and you can use it to allow students to create videos, ask questions, elaborate polls, and sometimes we want to do all the questions. We want to ask all the questions. So letting them to construct these questions is very interesting, and sometimes they're very demanding. So and that fosters, of course, peer assessment and feedback. Seesaw is another good tool that helps you to create interactive activities for the students. Now, Padlet is one of my favorites, and before we go to the Padlet that I wanted to suggest for today, I wanted to show you one of the Padlets I adore. Of course, if you want more Padlets, you need to pay, but Padlet is a very easy to handle tool, and I like it because students can load it easily, you can use it from your cell phone, and you have different ways to show input. So let's wait 1 second. I'm gonna show you what I did with circuits. In a workshop, STEAM workshop in circuits, we were talking about the components of the circuit. So students were matching, taking pictures, they were showing their work, they had the opportunity to like what they were showing. So we were talking about parallel and series circuits, and students were they gave themselves names and different types of group names for them to to interact, and they were showing their work. So they were not as they didn't have enough knowledge about circuit, or perhaps the basics, but while they were working on this circuits, they learn, experiment, hands-on activities, so they could talk about circuits more with more knowledge. And in the end, the idea was to do a project, and for this project the students were supposed to build a circuit to use it in classroom, to use it as a classroom teaching strategy. So they planned, they made the list of materials that they required for this project. And in the end, they designed fabulous circuits for them to play with the students in class. Students were given the opportunity to provide feedback to their peers and suggest ways to adapt these tools that they created for the different audiences that they were facing. And what I liked about an activity like this, and what I liked about Padlet, is that they can upload images, sounds, videos, GIFs easily, and it allows them all to work simultaneously. So for this activity, I want to suggest to join the Padlet with using this QR code. And I wanted to talk to you about one initiative that I know this initiative for more than a decade, perhaps more. I don't know if you have heard of it. It's a very lovely initiative that embraces cultural diversity. And it is my view, the view from my window. So here, I have some examples of the pictures that participants had taken from their windows. And this initiative's been, as I told you, for more than a decade now. And the person who started this initiative was a teacher. And there are several books already published with different pictures, the most popular pictures of this initiative. So this is one of the examples. Is the title of this is A Devastating View. And waking up in the morning and looking at your window and looking at this tree that they chopped really, sadly. In this tree, hummingbirds used to nest, and now they're lost at home. So this was a cultural perspective that was presented to the rest of the peers, and it caused a lot of discussion in class. So this was something interesting. Why did they do that? Why do you think they chopped the tree like this? What happened to the organisms that were living there? So with this, you can embrace a lot of opportunities to discuss different subjects. This picture is one of the most famous, more popular. It was published in one of the books that I told you about. And well, just wake up and see that there's there staring at you. Makes things interesting. So we can discuss what type of house is this, who lives there, where is it located, how about the weather, how about the conditions, is it easy, is it calm, is it noisy? So students can discuss and offer their points of view. And you will be amazed, you will be surprised of the way that students can give their opinions freely, and how imaginative they can become when they analyze just an image. And this is another one from Italy. This was also published in the book, one of the books that I mentioned, and it shows, a different perspective. It shows a crowded building with lots of houses and clothes hanging, drying on the sun, and well, students tell me, so this person is poor. How do you know? How do you know that? Is that important? Is that relevant? So what can you tell me to analyze this picture and tell and giving me that opinion about the owner of that house? So I invite you guys to perhaps join and look for the pictures. We have the QR code here, and you can share your insights about um, your world from the window. Another strategy that was used to embrace cultural background of the students is my world in a box. And this was a shoebox. Yes, students were collecting items that they consider important in their culture. Um, and they put them in a box and then they exhibited the box. They even exchanged these boxes with students from other regions and from other countries. And in that way, we could see how students, uh, wow, this student is an excellent student, but look at the things that he brings. So we could understand the inclinations of students, the interests of students in different aspects. Okay, so the engineers, the artists, the musicians, the politicians, that were um, evident in the preferences that they chose in a box. So you don't need complex tools and strategies for you to share. It's important that we respect opinions and values. As I told you before, teachers can become a bit judgmental sometimes, and despite we don't like the type of music or the food or anything, we need to start embracing that other people likes this. No matter what, especially with music, what music genre you like, well, it's your right to listen to it. You can invite a reflection about the content, of course. You can ask the students to analyze if this is valid, respectful, if the lyrics are treating people well, or if they are abusing of ideas, or even from um, encouraging other people to hurt others. So perhaps you can invite the students to reflect about those things. Sometimes they don't even know, they are not even aware of the content of a song until they are invited to analyze it. So there are many other things that we can discuss in culture. So, for instance, we can talk about favorite dishes, or cultural celebrations and holidays that are significant in our countries, words or phrases in the native language that doesn't have a direct translation in English, right? That's a very interesting one, because sometimes we become the dictionaries of the students. And how do you say this, teacher? What's the word for this? So why don't you try to find a proper translation? If there is none, why there is no translation to that word or concept in English? There are cultural symbols too. So animals, flags, objects that represent culture. So we can discuss those too and see how they are understood from different regions, from different countries, and perhaps they mean differently in different places. Of course, we can discuss local customs. What is one unique custom or tradition in your culture that you think others should know about? And talking about our customs and traditions is important. And leaving students to discuss this in the class is relevant. So they are able to then show it to the world. Of course, things like type of music or dance that is popular in our culture is important to share, and allow students to show some dance steps, can give them opportunities to show talents as well. Of course, cultural etiquette. What is one important etiquette rule in your culture that might surprise others? So share it. Yes. We can talk about figures, historical or contemporary characters from the culture that they admire. They are very into sports or music, so they could talk about these things. In other of the workshops, we could see how we use AI to foster these type of activities, and the students don't need to expose themselves when they do this. Of course, we can talk about the cultural influence. So how the culture influenced the perspective that we have in terms of communication, or We can
F11 se
even
va a ver aquí
become
las selecciones, va a brincar, se
counselors
va a
in
ver.
travel
Por favor, escaneen
recommendations.
ahí
If someone
y ya,
were
ok,
to visit
chao.
your country, what is
Cierro,
one
cierro.
place or experience that they
No, no
shouldn't
cierro
miss?
nada.
So with this
Esta no.
type of questions, you will
Aquí se
engage
queda
your
abierto.
students,
La vuelvo
they
a
will become
minimizar.
more
Me voy al
cultural aware,
ojito,
and they
a la
will
flechita
be
negra y
prepared to
pincho.
talk about their
Ese es el
cultures
en
more
reversa. Listo.
proudly.
Perfecto.
So I invite you to use all this to continue working with cultural diversity in your classroom. I was going to show you another activity that I have here. In this activity, as I told you, Google Slides is one of my favorites since it's easy to work with and it's easy to load. And with very few slides, you can access students to interact and to offer alternatives. Yes. So, for instance, I have this activity here, and when we talk about food, for instance, which is a very interesting topic for students, they like it, they enjoy. So, potluck party is in progress. What food are you planning to bring? So, students are able to insert PNG format images to this table, so they can talk about ajiaco or beef or sancocho, whatever the dish, the food that they want to share. Other thing as well, these foreign families have chosen Colombia as their destination. What dates, places, and activities do you recommend? Okay, let's come to Feria de Cali in December or go to Feria de las Flores Medellin, right? So you have students the opportunity to use images, text, and sounds in tools like Google Slides so they can interact easily. Yes. Another example was traditions and customs. Okay. What are the do's and don'ts? So in Colombia, what do you do? You shouldn't do. So students were able to place things like line in a queue or don't park on the sidewalk or don't litter. Yes, these things. So this is what we have for today. I think I got a little fast, and the idea, guys, is to hear a little about your questions, how you feel about the possibilities of embracing cultural diversity in your classroom, and of course, what strategies or perhaps sharing ideas that you have already found effective. So I don't know if we have questions or if we have any other opinions on the topic. You can use these activities in different classes with different audiences. And remember, as a role model, you are the first person to embrace diversity and to show respect from different perspectives. So let's see if there are some questions there.
Okay, okay. So I really appreciate all the information that you shared with us. Here it was really interesting for me to listen to the different options or to the different um, tools that we can have at the time that you shared that you already got the result about those circuits. Yeah, it is showing the
Yes.
creativity. It is just the opportunity to have this kind of effective interaction, and that's really really productive. What we really want to have at the end of the whole story, right? Everything that you are connecting, it is just unity, and it is having this diversity at the same time, but everything together, bringing this kind of result. So really, really good opportunity to approach to knowledge, and it is the experience which is going to show effective results. Really, really interesting. Yeah. Thank you very much, Andrea.
No, thank you. Thank you for, the opportunity. And of course, remember, don't be afraid. Use the tools that you're familiarized with, but open yourself to know a little bit more about the variety that there's in classroom. You will get surprised, definitely.
Yeah, yes, really, really interesting. So thank you very much for sharing with us what your knowledge and what your experience has been throughout this time, and your wish to let people know about what you are doing. Yes, it is just hard work. Thank you very much.
My pleasure, and
Okay.
thank you again.
Thank you. So, for the rest of people to continue sharing this time with us in this journey of the conferences. So, see you in coming conferences. Thank you very much. Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye bye. See you. Alfonso? ¿Mm? Ay, y
La encuesta.
la encuesta. No quedó, es que no había sino 4 personas. Yo creo que si éramos.
¿Quién quedó cometido? ¿Quién es esa persona?
Esto es lo de la. Es que
¿Quién es?
no, eso es lo de la. Me dijo Simón que es por defecto lo que se crea para tomar notas.
Ok, ok.
Antes no se compartió. Ay, es que no había. Oh, hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Diana Cabezas. Welcome to our sessions that are from the National ELT Medellin 2025. We are very glad to have you here to continue with sharing ideas and experiences that enrich our teaching practice. Today we have the great opportunity, and for me it is a pleasure to introduce Diana Cabezas, who is our presenter today. She's a highly experienced English educator with a remarkable 18-year career spanning all age levels. For 8 years, she has been an English teacher at Centro Cultural Colombo Americano Cali across its kids and teens and adults programs. Currently, Diana serves as an academic advisor at Colombo Cultural Americano de Cali, where she continues to shape educational excellence by developing and implementing professional development projects designed to empower teachers. So, welcome. Here, our presentation today has the following title: Brisk Teaching. It is empowering educators with AI for efficiency and impact. So, important tools. Really interesting topic. So, welcome. And now it's your turn. Yes, to continue.
Thank you,
Welcome,
Alejandra.
Diana.
Thank you so much. I really thank the opportunity for being here and to share, well, a bit of some tools I've been working on lately. I know we all have been working with ChatGPT, with Claude, the Copilot, and well, every day we could say we get to find new tools, and sometimes it's hard to decide on which one we need to work on. So, well, thank you so much for the introduction, and let's get started. Well, so the tool I bring today for you is called Brisk Teaching. And it is to empower educators with AI for efficiency and impact. I'm Diana Cabezas, and I'm a member of the Centro Cultural Colombo Americano in Cali. This is the agenda for today, where we already had the welcoming and the introduction. We'll show you a bit about what Brisk Teaching is. We're gonna check some features. I have to say Brisk Teaching has several tools inside, but I will take longer, like to show you all of them. But we will cover 4 of them, all right? Then we will have the live demonstration. I would like you to follow me and to join me doing all this process together, so you can get to work with the tool and see what it can do. Finally, we're gonna have the reflection and some best practices ideas and questions and answers. And finally, I will share some resources that you might find interesting to continue exploring this wonderful tool. Okay. Well, I would like to get started with this question. Can you relate to this image? I don't know if you'd like maybe to share or to respond with an emoji or someone in the chat. I don't know, Alejandra, you tell me if there's something on the chat. Hello?
Yeah, tell me. Yes, we can see the image.
All right, very good. So the question is, can you relate to this image? Yeah, I was asking you if there were some reactions or emojis on the chat, maybe. So people could. This is like the reality we teachers face every single day. Between planning, grading, teaching the class, talking to students, looking for new resources, new materials. So it's like we are busy all the day. Yeah, it's not just going to the classroom and teach. It also includes, like the extra that nobody sees, but we do. Okay, so what's one task in your teaching routine that takes you too much time? Well, many teachers would say, yeah, planning. Yeah, planning, because that's the core. Yeah, and looking for materials and looking for new ways for making our students enjoy classes. Nowadays, it's getting more and more difficult to get students engaged because, I mean, their mind is always somewhere else. So we need to find the right tools and activities and strategies to get them in the classroom with us. Okay, so what is Rex teaching? It's an AI-powered Chrome extension for teachers. So it's not a ChatGPT that you go there and you open it. It's an extension. Yeah, it's a tool that's gonna be there with you whenever you're working on a website, in YouTube, Google Documents, Google Slides. Okay. So today, well, I mentioned before, Brisk has many tools, and you'll see in a while. It has many tools. I just try to, I mean, to select those that I find the most interesting, and the ones that I know can help us in our classes. All right. So we're gonna cover today the feedback generation, content adaptation regarding reading levels, the resource creation. We're gonna work on quizzes, podcast, and lesson plans. But as time is short, I'm gonna tell you that I will skip this one. Um, in my experience, the lesson plans with Brisk haven't been as good as ChatGPT or Claude. So maybe I could skip it for this one, all right? But of course, you can give it a try when you are exploring the tool later on. And finally, the student activity boosting, which is one of my favorite ones. I mean, they have interactive resources, which are cool. I mean, students loved it. I have already tried these tools with my students, and they really like. I mean, they want to be all the time on their cell phones. So I will show you now well what I'm talking about. So, well, with this new era of AI, people are being afraid now that they can be replaced. And I found something really nice, and it's that we should see AI as a complement, yeah, as a complement in our teaching practices. So it would be really nice if we see the AI, any of the AI tools we have been using lately, as a co-pilot, yeah, and not a replacement. So that's something I would like to keep in mind, because this is one of our biggest concerns lately among teachers, that maybe I mean, we're gonna be replaced, but of course not, yeah, because what we do is unique. The touch we give to our students, it's something that no AI or machine can do. So, okay, I will show you a bit about what this tool can do. I'm gonna get started with the feedback generation, which provides personalized student feedback in Google Docs. It first show you, I mean, you provide one of your students' activities, for example, and there is one option called Glow, Grow, um, and Wonder. And well, it first gives you like some feedback on your students' work, and then you have the opportunity to include that into the Google document, so you can share with students later. I really find it nice because okay, it shows like the positive aspects of the students' work. Then it shows some improvement, yeah, opportunities for improvement, and finally, it gives students the opportunity to reflect, maybe to think a little bit more, or yeah, on some questions based on their specific work. The next one is the content adaptation. It adjusts reading levels for, I mean, diverse learners. So, for example, I was looking at this really nice article about endangered species. It was really long, yeah. I know it says third grade and 12th grade and up, but it was super long. And at the time, I was working with endangered species with my students, but of course, that was too much. So I could get to, I mean, go from this to this, which is, I'm sorry, which was a 2-page document. So it was easier, it was shorter, it got like main ideas, and well, you can add that these websites or articles or any information you have on a website, you can adapt it to the level of your students. Yeah, Brisk has the opportunity to categorize the level. The research creation, we can create research lesson plans, podcasts from articles and videos. This is a feature that I really liked because, for example, if I were in this online article I talked to you about, I can transfer the information into a podcast. So that's awesome. I can also create quizzes. It could be multiple choice. It could be open-ended questions. It will always give you the key answers. And here you got the podcast that I created based on the article that I just mentioned before. You can share this with students. It has a transcript. So it's a really nice tool and you can adapt it. You can share this with students. So, I mean, they can get like the test, but they can also have the listening part. So, well, I think it's amazing. It's really nice. And then we have the boost students activities. So you can turn any resource into interactive tasks. Uh, Online articles, websites, YouTube videos, you name it. This is an activity I have with my students. By the time we were talking about survival skills, and I saw an activity long time ago. It was about making decisions. So if you were lost in the desert and you were to choose 4 objects, what would you do? I mean, it was cool. I say, okay, when I found the tool, I wonder what if I could like include this into the tool. And well, yeah, it happened. Well, this is on the cell phone. Students have to scan the QR code and they're gonna interact with the AI. So as you can see, it says, hello, are you ready? Like to think about some survival situations. And the AI gives them a situation and some options. So they are to choose. And it's an ongoing conversation with the AI. So they start like texting and answering to the questions and giving explanations on their decisions. And the AI continues having a conversation. So it's really cool because they get engaged. They can also click on the speaker icon and they can listen instead of just reading. So, well, I remember at the end they say, "Oh, teacher, this was really cool. I mean, we were talking to the AI and it was nice." So they were happy, and I think at this point it's just creativity. I mean, anything you can imagine, you can put it here, and well, it's gonna be interactive. We can also create exit tickets. I created this one based on a class, on a presentation, a class I had. Well, they had like to answer 2 3 questions, like to close or to wrap up the class for that day. It also gives you the learning objectives which you can modify according to what you need. So it's also a nice way to see how well your students understood the lesson. Something extra, you can ask students at the end of the activity to ask for feedback from the AI. Like, okay, could you provide feedback on my spelling, on my grammar, on my vocabulary, and the AI will do it. So that's also saving time. And then you can check all this process on the website from Risk. You can check progress on students. So personally, this is the one that I found amazing. Okay, yeah, here you can monitor your students' progress. It tells you who completed which of the objectives or not. You can check it out, and then it gives you a general report on the students' activities. So yeah, this way you can know what items they need to work on and what items they are doing pretty well. Yeah, and look at this icon. It also tells you if a student copied and pasted a part of the test. So yeah, this icon means that somebody did that. So you go and go to click on view, and you're gonna see the exact part this student copied from, somewhere. When I was checking this, I realized that it was like something they copied from the translator. Yeah, but even though, I mean, it was able to identify that that part of the idea wasn't tested directly on the chat. So, well, that's another, I mean, tool. Another feature it has. Okay, so let's try together. The idea is we can like explore the tool. We're gonna work on install risk. That's the first step to start working. We're gonna try the feedback on a sample test. We're gonna adapt an article, generate a quiz, and create an activity. So the first thing we have to do, we open a new tab and you go to riskteaching.com. riskteaching.com. This is the official website. Well, as you can see, there are lots of information. But if you click on, if you click on tools, you will see like, I mean, all what it has, all right? But I will show you something else at the end of the presentation. Well, as you have to install the extension, you just click on get started. And well, as I am already there, I know how to do it, but you just, do it from there. You registered and then log in, and you'll see once it's there in your account, you will see an icon. Let me show you, for example, here. Okay, so I don't know if you can see it, but here I have my icon activated. Yeah, this means that I'm working with Brisk now. The first activity was to provide feedback. All right, so I brought this activity from one of my students. She's Juliana. And the idea for that writing activity was to write about an app or website that students found interesting. And they were to write about it, like write what they could do with that website or app. All right. So once I have my activity here, my students' work here on the document, I click on the Brisk icon. Yeah. As you can see, we got create, inspect writing, boost student activity, give feedback, change level. This is nice because it tells you, it's like to avoid plagiarism. It shows you what part has been copied from a different resource, or what part of the test has been created by AI. So it also works. So we click on feedback, and there are different options. This is for schools and districts, so I actually haven't tried it out. Here, if you have a rubric, you can also put the rubric here, and it will be, it will give you the feedback according to the rubrics you have. But the one I want to show you today is Glow and Grow. So you click on it. The standards, yeah, standards. Well, if you click on it, you'll see lots of them. Yeah, as this is like an American tool, it's adapted to the standards in the US. As I'm an English teacher, I just go for Common European Framework. And yeah, I just click on that and that's it. I'm gonna keep it there. Regarding the level, well, as you can see, it's from school. So what I do is just I associate my students' level. I try to match it to the school's level as well. So I'd say it's like 8th grade, more or less. And well, I can give it like an instruction as well. So specify focus on your feedback. So I'm gonna write focused on the correct use of grammar, structure, vocabulary, and spelling. Yeah. If I were to have a rubric, I could click here, and well, it will provide feedback based on that. So I click on Brisket, and it starts showing me feedback. Yeah, so it says you've shared personal perspective about Pinterest that shows enthusiasm for the platform. Yeah, like it gives like some positive feedback, and then it shows that the opportunity for improvement. Okay, so what aspects from the test maybe the student needs to work on? Yes, and maybe some extra, like to make students reflect. So, for example, could you elaborate on how Pinterest helps you explore different interests? I mean, sometimes students don't go deeper when they write. So, with this, you can give them like this extra. Okay, I need you to make corrections on your written test, and why don't you maybe give me more information on this? Anything to change? You can make it longer. You can make it shorter. Maybe you can ask it to focus on something else, like, okay, let's check the grammar mistakes it has, because maybe not all of them are here. I mean, we can like give the command to do it. And if you click here on insert, you will have it. It's pretty much what I showed you at the beginning. Yeah, so this way you can share this with your students, and well, it's all done. Okay, well, now the second one is the article. So I'll come back here. And well, as my topic wasn't dangerous species, I would like to continue working on it. Yes, I will type endangered species articles. Yeah, what is the one that I was working on, but we can try a new one. This is from the BBC. Okay, let's work on this one. Critically endangered crops make public debut. So it's, as you can see, it's an article. And well, what I can do with this one is I can adapt it. So as you can see, I have here my icon. It's there, it's on. So I click on it, I click on change level. And what it says that is for students in the 11th grade, but maybe my students are not that advanced. So I will stay with the 8th grade. Here I can select the format I want to receive the product. Yes, in this case, it's Google Documents, which I'm working online. And well, standards, we're gonna keep it like this. Okay, if you were to have a class with students from other countries with different languages, you can select the language as well. So just to keep it in mind. And I click on change reading level. It's gonna open a new tab. Yes. And it starts giving me the information. So it names the document, it gives me the name of the article, the link, and the information. Yeah, here it is. So we got the information here ready to share with students, but still you can make some changes. If you want to make it shorter or you're going to make it longer, maybe students can do something better. So maybe they can, I can make it longer, less detail or more detail. It's up to you according to what you want to do with the test and according to your students' level and proficiency. I can create a quiz based on this. I can create a resource, a lesson plan, a vocabulary list. I can translate it. I mean, as you can see, there are several options. To work on. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna go for the quiz. Okay, I'm gonna go for the quiz. I'm gonna click on quiz and create a quiz about this article, the language, English. I want the Google Doc. Okay, I can also have a Google form. Well, in case you wanna try this option, 8th grade, multiple choice. You select the number of questions. I'd say just 6 questions. Okay. You can also select if you want short responses or long ones, but I'm gonna keep the multiple choice option, okay? So we click on brisk. And okay, so it's gonna ask me access to the document that it just created. I click on select. And I stop sharing. I'm so sorry. Okay, here I'm back. So based on the same document I was working on, it created the quiz. Yes, Amur Leopard Conservation Quiz. Here I have the questions and the options and the answer key. So, well, and now you can insert it. I mean, on your presentation, you can print it, or you can have it in a Google Forms. Okay. Well, I like to show you something before I continue. When I click on the brisk icon and I click on create, here, I mean, these are all the features it has. You can create rubrics, you can create the syllabus, resource, exemplar, lesson plan, podcast presentations. I mean, there are several tools that honestly I haven't had the time to explore yet because, well, there are many. Yeah, and I like to try one and explore it like deeply so I can know what it does. That's what I brought you like today, like the 4 tools I consider are the best from Brisk. But of course, you're very welcome to continue exploring all these tools. Find the ones that you can take the most out of it. Okay, so let's continue. Okay, now that I'm here, I'm gonna show you how to work with the podcast. So as this is our topic for today, the endangered species, I'm gonna click, okay, I'm gonna click on create and I'm gonna click on podcast. So it gives me like a prompt, not like a suggestion. I describe the subject of this podcast. So you can also check here like the prompt history you have. So in this case, well, I can say create a podcast about this document. Okay, and I select like how long I want it to be. Well, I think it should be something short, from 1 to 2 minutes. I keep the grade of my students, and I click on Brisket. And it's gonna open a new tab that is here. And it gives it a name, Saving the Amur Leopard, a conservation story. It starts creating the podcast, and it gives me the script. Yeah, look, it's still creating. So it's a nice material you can expose your students to. Okay, so when I click here, I'll be able.
Hey everyone, I'm Elena, and today we're diving into an incredible story of.
Well, I'm not sure if you can listen. Alejandra, can you listen?
Yes, perfectly. Yes. You can continue
the
with it.
podcast, yeah?
Yes, yes.
Conservation, the amazing journey of the Amur leopard.
Hi there, I'm Marcus, and wow, these leopards are seriously cool. Did you know there are only about 100 of them left in the wild?
That's right, Marcus. These leopards were once on.
Well, and continues, yeah? If you want to modify something, you can do it. Yeah, and it will change here. Well, the speed, you can adapt the speed level here. You can click here and you can copy the link and share it with your students. Yeah. Here, I don't know. Well, yeah, you can see it. We can click on boosted. Yes. And well, this is the last feature I told you about. Yeah, you can do something else with this information. Yeah, but I want to go back to the previous one so we can continue here. So when you click on Brisk again, you click on Boost Student Activity. Sorry. Okay. Well, you got 3 sections: engage, assess, and write. Engage is the one that I use to create the survival experience I told you at the beginning. It was a hook, so grab students' attention with a lesson. We can have debates, character chat, so they can chat with a character from the past, maybe, or for someone from the present, like maybe a zookeeper, conservationist. We got the inquiry, the brainstorm. Okay, or a cheater. Yeah. Actually, the one that I chose that day was the hook. I really liked it. You can have access, pull check, and exit ticket. They both help you to create an activity so students can demonstrate what they learned. Okay, or writing. Okay, so what if we go to the hook? I click on hook, and it says create a hook activity about this document. Okay, so I click on next, and I say brisk, and it's gonna create an activity. So here you have the document, the base document to work on the activity, which is the one that I just showed you, and the activity is here. So we say let's go, and we can see how it works. It says hello. Let's start with thinking about animals. Have you ever heard the term animal species before? So you start interacting with the chat in this case. Well, something I want to show you is this one. You can share the link so students can work on their own. You can present this in your class, and you can have students working on it. Okay, for example, copy student link activity. I'm gonna click on it, and I'm gonna open it here so you can see it. So this is like the first part of it. You click on preview. Sorry, no, it wasn't here. Give me a second, something happened. Oh. Okay, I'm back here. Okay, share. I'm sorry, I clicked on the wrong one. It's shared activity with students. Okay, now you can see it. So you can copy this QR code. So, you know, students have their cell phones. You can ask them to, you can copy the QR code, you can take it to class, students can scan the code, and they start working on their cell phones doing the activity. Yeah. Or you can copy the link and they have to enter the code. But honestly, I find it like faster, like to ask students to scan the code. Yeah, and they start like interacting. Well, as I showed you before, you can view progress here, for example. Well, nobody has started yet. But here you will be able to check your students' name because they have to write their names. The objectives they covered so far from the activity. And well, here you will have the report that I think I showed you before here. Okay, so well, that'll be the last part of the Brisk tool I brought today. I showed you how to install it, how to try the feedback, how to edit the article, generate the quiz, and create the interactive activity. Well, maybe I'd like to know which one you found interesting, which one you think will have impact in your students, which one you think they will enjoy.
Yes. Well, referring to this, Diana, I would like to mention that there is a little bit of delay in the information. Probably our viewers are getting the previous information you have shared with us. In a few minutes, they are reacting. So I'm going to let you know if you give me a couple of minutes or seconds.
Sure.
Yeah, so that we can see what they can interact in the chat, and I'm going to let you know. Yeah.
Okay. I will continue like showing the last part, like
okay, perfect. Perfect.
So in the meantime, so we don't. I know we are almost done.
Okay, perfect.
So yeah, once again, the invitation is to think of AI as our co-pilot. Yeah, not a replacement. That's something we have to have super clear. Yeah, it's a tool that can save time, that can help us engage students. Yeah, that we can boost our classes as well. It's just learning how to use it and make the most out of it. Okay, so I don't know if there are any questions or answers, maybe in the chat. And the last part I wanted to show, in case you like to explore a little bit more the tool, on YouTube. I'll show you, give me a second. When you go to YouTube, you type Brisk Teaching, and here is the official YouTube channel. All right. So here, you click on videos, and you will find the Brisk Bites. There you can find short videos which show you how to use the different resources from Brisk. It shows you like with examples from classes. So, well, actually, this is the place I went at the beginning to find and to learn how to use Brisk and all the benefits it has. So, yeah, this is like the last part I can share with you. So you go to YouTube, you type Brisk Teaching, and you can find like all these videos that can help you with the website, and that can help you like to work on.
Hay una demora bastante notoria
So
entre
thank
lo
you
que
so
ella
much.
está aquí, porque esto le dijo hace que ya
How
como
you
2,
can
3 minutos.
explore,
Yo le dije que
how
esperara un
you have
momentico, pero ella
enjoyed
siguió
this
con
new
otra parte.
tool.
Y si hay como una diferencia
And well,
sustancial, porque por
I
ejemplo
don't know if
aquí
there
la
are any
gente, hay
questions.
11 personas y no han reaccionado. Y todavía falta como un poquitico, como unos 2 minutos. Y ella está preguntando porque ya terminó la presentación.
Pero ahí no podemos hacer nada.
Ok, entonces le digo que todo bien, que por el retraso la gente no ha podido responder bien, le comento eso. Entonces hago F11 y dejo para que los estudiantes lo puedan escanear al final, por lo menos que se quede ahí montado un ratico más.
Sí, porque es que con el delay
Ok,
nosotros no podemos hacer nada.
le voy a comentar a ella para que no se quede allí, lo voy a hacer como comentario, ¿sí? Y con cámara. Y después F11 y les comparto entonces la pestaña, ¿cierto? Okay, here Diana. Yeah, really interesting. Once again, the information is quite clear. It is really clear. The situation that we are facing now is that we notice that there is a delay in the presentation, but it is just technological situation. Now it is okay. Now it is working okay. I think our viewers can, or attendees can, ask questions in this moment so that they can answer. Let me see. So they say that it's just like a good, everything good, clear. Probably with the presentation they are going to have more time to interact and explore a little bit of the multiple options that you already presented in this short time, that it is like a short, but then with practice it's going to be really effective, and then it's going to bring interesting outcomes. Yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah, that's the invitation, like to continue exploring the tool.
yeah, pretty good. So now what I'm going to do, it is to share with you the attendance so that the rest of our group, give me a second, our people participating in this moment are going to have the code they can scan. Yeah. Now it is available, so our viewers, please, we value your participation here, and then you are going to have the opportunity to see these sessions, the conferences, and to take advantage of these tools. Yes, so here it is. If any questions, just to say thank you very much once again, and thank you for sharing with us your experience, your knowledge, which is something that contributes to our how we can enrich our learning process too. Thank you.
My pleasure. No, thank you
Okay.
for the invitation.
Thank you. So here we are. Thank you to you all. So Diana, so we hope to see you and welcome you in another opportunity as we have our events.
Ah, thank you so much.
Um,
Thank you for your help, Alejandra.
Thank you. We invite you
Was nice
all to
meeting you.
continue. Nice meeting you too. Yes, we invite all of you to continue having the opportunity to share, interact, and learn with these sessions, with these conferences. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Bye.
so much. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Pero no cierro Teams.